Alright, I am back with the Limbus company. I decided to look at the rewards, and the new Otis ID is free, basically free. And of course, I already have enough shards to shard the new Ryoshu ID too, so I don't need to extract on this banner. So, I mean, I did do the daily just in case, because, well, why not? And of course, it is only Ryoshu. And of course, there's also Ricardo. There's only Ricardo and Jun. I believe I don't have Jun yet, right? Yeah, I also don't have Jun yet. I don't really care too much about that, but here we are. Time for a lot of reading. Oh boy. Anyway, I decided to uptie quite a few of my IDs because I had a lot of thread built up. Dante, any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn. Did Donkey already get her paws on him? Rodia rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The listeners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but an annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party, and... Excellent! Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet. With her usual overdramatic boasts, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again? After all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Yet I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Oh, don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true that mine actions hath brought thee quite the distress. Unintentionally, I might add, says Aspie. Wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. But I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. Sure is an occasion for a celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really make the transition to a new year, right? It seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic. Such bubbling enthusiasm from ye warmeth mine own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant. Enough delicacies to... Karan, what's our next stop? Mephi'll be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop on a fast road. So she says. Virgilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Aye. For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Nerodia brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise, brutally paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside of the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H-Corp? The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that Is that massive structure all one building? If that whole thing's a nest, then where the hell is the back streets? It's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some. Oh, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hong Yuan, the vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of this district in there? Do they just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh, well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Ah, prithee, avail me a sight as well. As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn toward Hung Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hung Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year whenever he felt like sharing them were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kind of like how Hung Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but... Actually, no, I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Hung Lu, more so than usual. If the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides... Whoa, this thing's even bigger up close. Apparently, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass windows to get a good view.
그러든가.
드디어 내 차례냐? 소재가 준비됐어? 연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지. 연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지. 의뢰.
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
소재가 준비됐어?
자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러.
의뢰로. 지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
나를 불렀나?
There we go. Alright.
입증을 알리는 놈.
Once we left the bus... Oh man, I can't believe we had to get off the bus here. I had to make a formal complaint against H-Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking, doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest? Many causes there may be to such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning sign or our approach to the site would have been a sensible Were it not for young Karns, most mainly to drifting. I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. Could have been a most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Farron quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like ragdolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads into the city, right? I bet Karan would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange, but it looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H Corp. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, eh? Well, it's a familiar sight. I gotta say, it's getting real old. I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something, people were scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Seems all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They're kind of reminded me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4. Huh? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Measure Butt. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about that bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages. Seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are the variations of H-Corp's singularity, the bolus. The bolus? She's likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-Corp, or the Hongyuan Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with the water into a paste, and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. Ah, I guess rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K-Corp. The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word in their treatment. It is no rare sight to find techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the factories of District 8 using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. So that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing or scratching their absent-mindedly at their mutilated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Mersault, but from Honglu. The regulars. Yes, I have heard of them as a child. People who have grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been sucking changes them in strange ways. It is highly likely that interoperation conflicts or issues will arise in applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for the life insurance. Speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is likely that, on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation, as opposed to a full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the measure's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed, although also there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments. Maybe, but I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the back streets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so... After all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states? They appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Gia family, yeah, eh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Your friends, Honglu? No, I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the back streets, so... Nope, I've never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods, in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation. The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, huh? Man. Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shan-san, the third son of the Triax office, challenge Jia Bao Yu of the Jia family to a duel. Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? Duel? Oh. I've heard that tales that duels of the honorable fixers of the Sync Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name, instead of casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presenteth the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of a lesser quality. It is a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. So, it's just a fancy way of saying, 1v1 me, let's go, ain't it? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Honglu. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case, no worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. Ha, so the rich boy has dabbled in some duels, has he? I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but Jesus! Oh my... Holy... We don't even know how old he is. He's at least 20, we know that much, so... And depending on how young he started doing them, Jesus, that's a lot of fucking duels. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. But what? I, Honglu of Limbus Company. No. I, Bao Yu of the Jia family. Accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so, I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate. Let me? You little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. The man who introduced himself as Shan-san leaped toward Honglu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shan-san, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes, like he was out on a picnic, as though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shan-san threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his blows. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air. Until, after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that Shansan was already face down on the ground, defeated. Oh, young Honglu, hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yet to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between its strikes, was as though thou wert dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves? Ah, yes. One of my B-Woof instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyways, looks to me that he soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not do the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway. Our employee's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Heh, don't just sit there. Move your asses and jump them. Pathetic. I can kind of see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With a bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed toward us. Yeah. To be expected, they didn't have a fucking... Woo!
절묘한 한압이었군. 달빛조차 찬란한 올가의 하나.
I like this music. Holy, it's pretty good.
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
고귀하게.
달고 잡자라는 걸
꿰뚫려라.
Also, it's already been over 20 minutes since I started. Jeez. It's a lot of fucking story, a lot of reading.
또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
고귀하게.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of reading. Alright. This really isn't a great start, fellas. Never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad. I don't know, this seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. The Axe Gang. The Tracks Gang. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. I don't remember if I don't think I've seen Kung Fu Hustle. Yeah. I don't remember seeing that. Seeing that movie. I might do so at some point. Then maybe this is what Jia Sichun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Whoever is behind this must have a bone to pick with Honglu. Indeed, it seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Honglu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. Which I assume is probably going to be the main plot, at least part of the main plot of Canto 8 as a result of it being brought up here. Well, yeah. And there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. We're going to try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown-nosing today, Otis? Since when was it brown-nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect... This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent you a support team to help handle this issue. We heard voices coming from behind us, from where Virgilius pointed. You guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? Oh! Wait! Is that who I think it is? Really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice, a voice we could not forget. Yo! She's back! Sod! However you pronounce her name. Anyway, been a while, everyone. Hi, I'm here too. Oh my god, he's also back. I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from, and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. From season 3, from Intervallo 3, right? Or no, more like, yeah, no, not from Intervallo 3, from Canto 5. Yeah, recognized two people. Holy.
오랜 목마름도
I didn't expect to see them so soon.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없.
Sod? Hey, pilot, you're right. You're strong. It's like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them the last time? I did. I sure did, ma'am. Oh, yeah, he did. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon, their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Oh, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Sod, we're so glad to see you're okay. Talk to you too. Good to see your years are turning just fine. Sod smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example. As I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Bleh. English. Yeah, haha. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey, I'm merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. We all know the meaning that promotion carries. Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where is she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? Hush-hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just so I can snag a promotion. So, in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. If you're being technical, I did die, yeah, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could have revived me if it wasn't. Then did Effie also... Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy. Oof. K-Corp ampules, life insurance, nears over them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay? Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a feller who has ties to the Gia family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in, stunned to silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we ever had the displeasure of sitting through. Honestly, yeah, I agree. Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sod. Sod, can I rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get back, Pilot. Did I do something wrong? Shh. Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. Yeah. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Saw's brows. Oof. He's getting a talking to, alright, later on. Ugh. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H-Corp, so we, as the preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the Gia family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. It is likely that he is far removed from the family politics. Less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pi's report, he still regards the Gia family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation as though to continue Saw's explanations. I humbly present myself before the fellowship of young Master Bao Yu. Please call me Ching Tao? Ching Tao? Is that how you pronounce that? I assume that's how you pronounce that. Or... He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Bao Chuan gesture. Bringing fists and palm together to express respect and peace toward the receiver. Aha! Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Ah, indeed. Much did I worry about the qualities of people young Master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. I like this guy for sure. That's true, he's kind of like, how should I put this? A bit much. What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I had already known ahead of time, yet what a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Maybe it's a subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? You dare? Ahem. Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Otis shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me. You're nothing like Executive Manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of these back streets to him. Well, looks like this is where Sod fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally get to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager. Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager Sod. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your businesses. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh, please. It's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? Guidebud's actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately, LCC has our own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time. The Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there. Vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate, now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB has always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Virgilius. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I am quite busy. Very well. Virgilius turned around and left toward Mephistopheles, with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time, I'll show y'all. I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, the last time we met I really was so darn pathetic. Pallet, competence is shown through action, not words. Sod and Pallet gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Farewell, please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who is responsible for the quality of our stay.
라만 차랜들을 뒤엎는다.
The presentment ought to be washed away. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. He must venture an alternative path. And like he said, there aren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the back streets in the recent months. The lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song. It is a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the decimated Kong family... this is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard of it too, Honglu? He's a posh kid from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets, so it's no wonder he's never heard anything like it. I've been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers, where none shall reach. I'm like him? To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Jia family, huh? You know him, Honglu? Young master, is there something on my face? Ah. Honglu stopped himself as though a thought had flashed in his head, and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed, humble as I may be, I'm very well versed in the roads of this area. Hung Lu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qing Tao. Should we be suspicious of something? He's a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivety, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Otis approached me as Hong Lu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I have slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So what was that about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in his contract with the company. He's simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It was like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guests? It's nothing. Nothing at all. No problemo. Right, Ryoshu? Shut up, idiot. Marcel, can you carry Heath for a little bit? He's dead tired. Ryoshu knocked out Heathcliff. It will be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell forward right onto Mersault's welcoming shoulder. Rhodia? You know the kind of person I hate the most? The kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yep. I nodded enthusiastically as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. I agree. If it is no problemo, as you say, then that is well indeed. Yet, I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I sat and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What happened to finding us a safer path? It's lucky that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Now, then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you sneaking off to, Mr. Qingtao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strengths of our young master and the honored guests in overcoming this adversity, so... Qingtao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with the pistol shout seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Mersault, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. It will be done. Jeez. Oh, 10 enemies this time, huh? That's fine. Oh.
어쩐 일로 진짜 도움이 되는 걸 걸치고 오셨네요.
Quite a few people on YouTube. I mean, I expected that, so.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
여기 피었잖아. 예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어. 언제까지
나가서 싸우고 뒤는 내가 봐줘.
자!
꿰뚫려라!
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요.
엎드리도
적수카고를 건드렸겠다.
무기를
그 누구도 이곳에서 난징할 수
내가
없어.
어려운
언제까지 버티나 보자. 마찬가지겠죠. 이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패. 다 죽은가? 과감하게 식구를 건드렸겠다.
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 사시가 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까? 발끝이 저차네. 올고든 하나.
너희의 목표 훌륭한 이 혈투를
한 수 배웠네.
흙을 마실 걸?
볼일이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 저 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
그런 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
There we go. Yeah. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator, who had been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself, what an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the Gia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It is simply my assumption that young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? About that, it appears that we weren't exactly tracked down. And perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurk in these parts of the back streets recognize the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. Family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hong Yuan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarchy, huh? Didn't Jia Shichun say something about heirs back then? They all assumed wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. That's... well, that is indeed a relief. A relief, is it? Well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarchy evaluations. So it is of great relief to know that the young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. So, my prediction... Si Chun will become hierarch. If not Honglu, but I'll stick to Shichun. Guess that could be a relief, of sort of. Not that we took them all down. There shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Drake, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Heh. Why are you laughing, Ryoshu? Now I'm worried. Please, do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. Play of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush. Most places, you claim this to be the safer path? Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hong Yuan is not like most places. Fine. For now. Oda shut her eyes for a moment out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey, Ishmael. You must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way. You're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? Ishmael is so used to everyone not reading the guidebook. No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like hell, did no one think to... I'll find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine. Here it is. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Very understandable reaction from Ishmael. Under 40. Okay. So probably going to have to do a few clears of the final stage to get the free Otis ID. We were on a desperate run, all the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oi, what happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite. It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master's radiant. At least try to give a little variation to your excuses. Cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Chia family, looks like everyone in the back streets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Wonderful? Oh, shove that wonderful change up your arse, you bloody loon. How much longer till we get there? My Kazan is near. Caught me your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really get numbed to all the violence that fast, or... Speaking of which, what's a Kazan? It is a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? It's gotta be pretty fancy then, eh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like Kazans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And, phew, hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongyuan, a taboo. A taboo. We may rest easy within, then. I saw a fellow's eyebrows slightly twitch as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. I guess I'll ask her about it later. I don't think there's a taboo. I don't think that exists for this area, at least. I don't think that exists for the back streets at all, actually. Yeah, if it's for some kind of family hierarch or family head selection contest, why couldn't they save all this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Late how? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure. I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. deepest apology for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It'll be nighttime soon. Oh no. Don't you dare
주인님이 도착하기 전까지 끝내보자.
I know it's the name of the frickin' Intervallo that we'll be fighting sweepers, but
주인님이 도착하기 전까지
Alright.
끝내보자. 벽난로에 불도 지피고 음식도 준비하고 맞이할 준비를 해야 하니까.
40. 먹지.
깨달음을 얻으시.
모자를 쓰고 있는 자기에겐 방망이 대신 풍선 칼이 정답이에요.
그렇지가 않은데? 아주 착시자리를 내놨어.
적들이 치명상을 입은 상태네. 자, 다들 팔 걷어붙이고 적들이 편하게 잠들 수 있도록 침대 꼴을 깔아주자고. 적들 약점이 어디 보이는 게로군이. 이쁘네.
이제 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까? 끌리고 달빛조차 장난하다 올곧은 훌륭하고 한 수 배웠네. 타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 시대다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
고귀하게.
40. 저런 개인적인 따뜻한 엎드리도록.
조금 전에 귀아들의 장투는 모두 살수들의 병보기가 될 나가서 싸워. 과연 조건가 봐주지.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로 그렇게만 해주세요. 꽤 뚫려라.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 쳐놨는데.
그걸 마실까?
그러니까 광을 내볼 차례겠지. 적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 들거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
now here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the sight of several small buildings, entirely built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please look this way to see where our honored guests will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, Huh? We followed Jingtao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts. Its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us. Let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage, yet its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford. My deepest sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can't always sleep in decent places. Looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honored guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time. Oh, the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H-Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Oh, no. This is my first time here, but... then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book, when she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable... Unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of back streets. Oh, we are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Zip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged, it said, they would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely, without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guests to this central zone and to ensure the young master's safety. It is indeed technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the back streets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Oh. It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. To stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. You. Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life, devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with them all of a sudden? I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my very own. Yet now, my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. This humble servant did not imagine, even in his wildest dreams, that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that the young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is the cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him. This one knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now, huh? I might have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying so long? I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything. And as for this hotel, it is so much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. You get your point. Let's go inside. My humble self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Our architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of, or not. With Rodion surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. Clean in here. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. It's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No, it seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in the proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Honglu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Honglu? So I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Huh? Not yet? So, big brother, something felt off to you too, huh? Oh, Shichun! That's when we caught a familiar voice. Wow, Shichun, it's you. So soon, too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh, wait, don't tell me you're staying here too, Shichun. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Oh! Hail to thee! The confident look on Shichun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote's the same as always. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Shichun? Well, let's accompany me to the lounge but a moment, so that we may share a moment of catching up. Oh, yeah, actually. Let's do that. Hold on. Shichun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wait, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? Wait, you wanted to do some catching up, right? Which is, Measure Esquire. Loss of critical personnel may be a cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Shichun really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power, which she saw back then. This is hardly the appropriate place for her. Fine. I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Shichun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. I think my prediction may prove right later. In Kanto 8, of course. But that's going to be a long while from now. I'll probably remember this prediction later. Yeah. About Shichun probably becoming the hierarch. Or of course she dies, but who knows? One of the two would be real prove correct. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. Oh, then.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Jesus, so much
가릴 것
fucking.
없이 마음껏 마셔.
It's only been an hour.
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? There's something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? Isang? Ideal? I missed that joke, Isang. That's not what I was... I'm not... anyway. Am I the only one who feels like something stands out, like sore thumb, from the whole picture? Oh, yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Rhodia. So what's so off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? Where's that weird mystery table at the center of this room? That is kind of weird though. What's the table doing there? Sinclair said this line. And right on to that other one. The saturated colors are quite a pleasant sight to behold. So is it any better inside? What the hell is that hideous table? The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Every step of the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been to enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy-up. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, executive manager, we may be able to rest here. I guess they really didn't have the time to clean up. Yes, V-2? The last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time we were sauntering right into some shady business in it. Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess. Anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird. At least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right, I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you all will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. Duration is subjected to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways. Some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, executive manager. It's about our guide, Qingtao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. What? That is simply untrue. Did you not see this signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed, that individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we come up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as the party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual, go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who is so overtly it's nothing. Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. While it is uncertain as to how long that individual will be accompanying us, would it be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Honglu Jiabaoyu? I present the fact that it was Pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection, as another evidence supporting this suspicion. That's also true. Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo, and universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. I figured as much. Then that also has to be it is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hong Yuan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was also most likely also a part of their plan. It may very well be that this building itself is also a trap, yet we lack the intelligence about this particular back street to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given the low caliber of the assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize on is that mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, executive manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about Qingtao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. More story! Yeah! I realized that Hong Lu was missing as I was spending time chatting with his sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Hong Lu outside, and ran into Ye Shichun Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, just looking for Hong Lu. Right, I can't understand what you're saying. Alright. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, or rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my ticks and talks and reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions like how Don Quixote does. And Yeshi Chun, who saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's just see. Just looking to get some early morning air. Oh, Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed it from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Hong Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? Choose a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking you for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that themselves if it were something important. Kinda curious though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You, brought your index fingers up to your cheeks. Hong Lu is always smiling, so I thought that maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? They're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error... I see. You're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there, even if he even left. So that's what you were trying to communicate. Yeah, Shi-chun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this at another time. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. And found Hong Lu, gazing at the hazy scene out of the opaque window. What are you doing here? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Honglu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah, it's your turn, Honglu. It really is. I'm back at H-Corp and everyone's talking about the family hierarchy selection. Yeah, he figured it out. But you don't have to worry about me at all, because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like you, Song. I'm not hiding my true feelings. Are you sure? Are you sure? No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience, that's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could... Probably yes, but it's okay. We're used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me, or to those around me, I only... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Honglu off, even before he could finish his sentence. Oi, let go of me. Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. Hey, look at your voice. Are you eavesdropping? What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew I should have come here with this guy. Could you be patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of here? How long have you two been listening? From the very start, of course. I thought he was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? And you're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst a vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere, so yeah, you are. That's not what I... Fine, some silence. Anyways, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, and pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated emotion. Guess who's hiding behind the pillar, matter of fact. Jeshichin? With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar. Sinclair and Yosh. How can you betray us like that, Gregor? Huh? Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, as she says. Huh? 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 Did I get that wrong? I never said GNS. Did you get a... fuck up? Yoshi looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open a ceiling above the entrance, and with an uncharacteristically wet noise from something cutting through a wall, black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhodey Edotus crushing crashing down after it. Get the fuck out. But didn't realize I had garnered such an audience for my story. Executive manager, as the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I'm not like the others who have followed you merely to sate their curiosities. Me, I was just bored. Then shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone, back to your rooms now. Jesus. Well then. Oh, here's a fight. Okay. Figured out another one will be coming along soon. Oh, hey Shopek. What? What? Okay, I'll be getting you. I'll be getting I'll be keeping you. I'll be keeping you. You I might actually change out for you. Although then again, no. I'll do this, indeed. Been a while since this has happened.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Well, after that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own. Are you absolutely certain, executive manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That is true, however, we are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. We're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to... for us to come over when something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, babushka de camp. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, swiftly closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like these sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. It did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Oh. We're back here. We finally see it again. After so long. All the way back in Canto 1, actually. Before the great gates which I faced with every revival. Actually, no. I think the last time was... No, it was the last canto, wasn't it? Where we saw something like this. In Canto 7. Which I faced with a... although... not specifically this kind of view, but... something similar. Yeah. Before the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I am still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window. But there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that, and if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. Its steel was shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead even before I could even make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock. CIH? Cut in half? Don't you think? Yeah, she leapt down from the ceiling and and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with a seal. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with vicious paint-like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Honglu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis peeking out from the gap. Otis was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that. Shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this one was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this piece in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW? No fucking way. What is happening? Just as Ryoshi was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryoshi's neck. A beast of a Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden. It hauls a star into its fathoms still. No. The intruder reached into his claws, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit, toss him. Wait, get it together. My lady. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Jia Shichun leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Or are you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? I almost activated the Q-Corp talisman. Q-Corp? Huh? Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now, got that? Oh, lore! You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady, my apologies. I fell limply to the bed with the sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassin before I laid a hand on them, fortunately. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. When the lights came on, we saw this one. This one's from a Mao branch, isn't it? Ah. There was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid. There is something wrong with this building. I knew that they must have done something to the building, but... how is a Heisho here? This whole operation's gotta be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? There are better Heisho branches to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head. And they must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch of the Heisho Packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch. I assume Z is the best pronunciation. The Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Kazan, including you, my lady. Then, we've got to get moving. Can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. So, thank me later. We don't move our asses. We're good as dead. Wait. Yes. If we don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion, you know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Jia Shichun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they've been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Mersault was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame to have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it's likely that they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Alright, were you attacked by bamboo-headed assailants too? Their ranks numbered many, Manager Esquire. Yet, for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Barely, we were almost... not almost. I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed. Impaled straight through the guts. So what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo. Yes, a lie. Oh, how... Ugh. Utterly cowardly and unjust of these foul cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Yeah. Well. Well. I say that's good enough, yep. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh well. Oh well. Whatever.
상정의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 했겠군요.
대만선에 집중.
Oh no.
하진 않았을 테니.
문득 궁금한 건데 내가 만약에 저렇게 강한 걸 맞고 너덜너덜해지면 어쩔 거야?
두고 가야지. 별 수 없다.
예상한 대로긴 한데.
I'd say that's good enough. Yeah.
버티나 보자고.
Oh, you. Okay. Oh, really?
딱히 할 말은 없네요.
Okay, what the fuck?
수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다.
Okay.
되게 그런 말을 바라시진 않을 거잖아요.
I'll have to go in with a different, with a slightly different IDs, I
이런
think.
패배는 상정한 적 없습니다. 하지만
You're fine. And then this one I need to use someone far different. I guess this Gregor is fine, probably. Or no. There we go.
천천히 가자니까.
All right.
귀하들의 위력에 겁이라도 먹은
Ugh.
것이 마음이 꺾인 모양이야.
내 뒤로.
예상하지 못한 피해였네. 우선 검을 물리는 것이 보통은 자리를
Oh my
피하는
God.
거지만 귀하들은 그럴
This.
여유가
Okay. That's terrible. Holy.
신호들을
shit.
지켜가며 싸워 나가야 하지
오케이.
않겠는가?
패착이 있었나? 이렇게
What I had was actually better, apparently. Not that much better, but it was better. What I might do is actually do this. Yeah. Burn.
떨어질 때군요.
Burn.
세상에 저거 봤어?
예.
물을 끼얹은 것 같은데? 둘 다 어디 갔지? 저도 데리고 도망가세요, 당신의 언니!
Oh, nice. Oi. Don't you dare lose on that one.
승부차.
Good. Oh.
조심 1번.
남길 말은 없겠지.
What the fuck?
잠들기에는 아직 밤이 오지 않았건만.
Okay, so I think I will need to actually, yeah, actually pay more attention then, huh? Okay.
다음에는 더 많이 불태울 거.
This team
방송을
doesn't seem like
통했다.
it's going to be doing badly. I lost a follower, what the fuck? Follower on Twitch. I don't know who, but I did.
야, 쟤네 완전 술에 꼬른 놈들처럼 흐느적거리는데?
Should probably. Okay. Probably.
완벽한 한 방.
If I have to, if I do retry again, I'll be replacing Ryoshi's ID.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
What? Okay, I might actually need to read these guys. Okay. Oh. So I want to finish this quickly, huh? So I need to finish this fight quickly because that haste is going to kick my ass.
다음에는 더 많이
Okay.
불태울 거.
Yoshi. can replace again with W Corporation.
동부싱크 3과
Alright.
돈키호테.
저들도 내가 물을 싫어하듯 극도로 기피하는 것이 있었군.
입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 조금 매스껍네.
언제까지 버티고 보자고.
Oh, son of a.
딱히 할 말은 없네요. 할 수 있다.
And there's 11 of the. Oh my god.
제게 그런 말을 바라시진 않을
Okay.
거잖아요.
Oh, son of a.
롱배.
Okay. What the hell? What's that?
밖에서 맡고 있는
아.
꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
Do that. You. Do that. Offset.
완벽한 한발이네.
예상하지 못한 피해였네. 우선 겁에 물리는 것이 필요가 있나? 오늘 만찬 준비에는 제어시켜줄 테니까 조금만 버텨줄래?
What the fuck? What the fuck, man? What the hell? How am I having so much trouble with this?
아직까지도 저의 총구에는
What
까닭 모를
the
망설임이
fuck?
남아있어 봅니다.
What the hell?
천천히 가자니까.
Okay.
귀하들의 위력에 겁이라도 먹은 게지. 마음이 꺾인 모양이야.
Offset. All right.
나라면 인원들을 좀 더 후방에 배치하겠어.
아니 뭔 전략 분석을 하고 있어? 응원하라고 쓰여 있는데?
Come on, mouse. Stop being stupid.
떨거지면 잘라낸다.
거기까지. 이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그릇 두드려 패.
이거 잘 활용하면 우리한테 유리하게 될 수도 있겠는데?
Oh, finally, something. That's good. Oh, it was you and my flesh. That was what that was. Might have been better to save that then. Oh well.
대가리 딱 떼도
나도 하니까.
항상 부정적이지만 볼 때마다 무력해지는
여행은
Well,
목적이 있었지.
I'm not sure if I'll be getting the turn 10 one this time around, but I am making progress. Much more progress than before.
어디 잘
Oof.
옮겨둘 테니까 빨리 재생하고 돌아오십시오. 이대로 모험을 끝낼 순 없지 않습니까?
Offset. Dominating. Unopposed, unopposed. And dominating. It was... Ryosu.
떨거지면
Okay.
잘라낸다.
So if I have to try this again, then I'll have to change Ryosu again. And Don Keith.
가족들을
What the hell?
살을 베어내고 폐잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Okay. So I need to change Ryos's
예상한
again.
어부이와 달리 우르는
Probably back to W Corp then.
천천히 가자니까.
Because everything else was going relatively smooth. Aside from taking so many fucking turns.
사소하지만 상황은 좋아지겠어요.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
What the fuck?
이건 어떻게 해볼 수 있는 상대가 아닌 것 같고.
힘의 차이가 너무 심한데? 조졌네.
Bro.
된다면 4월을 건다. 살을 베어내고 폐잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자.
Okay.
평소처럼 넉살
What
좋게
the fuck is going on?
패착이 있었나. 이렇게
Okay, so. You. Okay.
닥쳐라 해파. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
This fucking stage is getting on my nerves.
적들이 이상한 먼지를 잔뜩 뒤집었었네. 탈탈 털어버리자고.
딱
나쁘지 않아.
What the fuck?
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
Bro.
안내해야 할 것.
상정외의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 수는
뚫려라.
설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니 패잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 싶습니다.
Oh my.
평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
로프
엎드리도록.
Well. Bro.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
Okay.
대가리 딱 떼고.
Okay. Might need to actually look at what gets their sanity up then.
모자라. 항상 보는 장면이지만 볼 때마다 무기력해지는구나.
Oh, this is getting on my nerves.
예상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리.
This is very much so getting on my nerves.
카니발 타임.
Or at the very least, I'm getting a little annoyed.
승부처.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
죄인인가?
Oh, fucking finally.
꿰뚫려라.
Gregor! Stop. Oh my god.
패잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 싶상만
Why?
평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
Gonna have to redo it again. Or maybe. I'm not sure if I need it later. Is the problem. The using that thing to reduce their speed and all.
여기 확대해봐.
상태가 안 좋군. 지금 공격에 들어가는 게 유효하겠어.
I mean, not a terrible one actually. Not a terrible start.
대가리 딱 떼고 꿰뚫려라.
Terrible coin flips though.
더 먹어치워라.
Compared to before, that was actually much fucking better.
직접 만든 옷입니까?
제가 만든 멋진 옷을 입고
Oh my god, could this be the run? Could this be the one?
떨거지면 잘라낸다. 기대.
Finally. I think I have my new team,
좋아.
or at least
먼지 덩어리
however long I am stuck with these five sinners.
꿰뚫리고
에이, 저것들 너덜너덜하잖아. 일단 정신 못 차리는 놈 대가리부터 뭉개.
Oh yeah! This is much better indeed. That's favorite though. Oh, son of a.
또한 용서할 테니.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠?
Yes.
처리해야 합니다.
Yes, finally.
다류 산초 경혈 60.
효력.
계속 가면 되겠네.
좋은 결정. 확실히 훌륭한 5번 수감자.
꿰뚫려라.
덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많았지. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없잖아.
아차! 지금이다. 해골바가지 범위 대가리. 차!
전투 감각 하나만 끝나자 소음기가 되어도
Good.
훌륭하겠나.
너무 세게 맞은
Okay.
거 아니니?
이제 그 보통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
떨거지면
Now I can win rate the rest of this shit. Okay. Now that I'm actually certain that I can actually pass this.
다류 산초 경혈 80. 갈라지도록. 모든 업은 다시 돌아와. 네 머리 위에 내려줄 것이다.
Good.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지.
기대.
두드려 패.
머플러가 있네. 오늘 만든
Bro.
시켜줄 테니까 조금만 버텨줄래?
That's that's annoying.
나가는 길은 왼쪽에 뒤쪽, 돌아가는 길도 왼쪽에 뒤쪽.
그건 입구 쪽 안내메타. 여기서는 오른쪽에 앞쪽입니다.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro. Bro.
해전병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을
What the
때가
fuck?
13번 수감자. 평소처럼
Alright.
살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
Can I do another one? No.
대가리 딱 떼고 따뜻한 끝 쉬운 채로
Alright.
죽여.
What I can do at the very least is,
꿰뚫려라.
of course,
죄송해요. 잠시 어디로 왔어요?
Yearning Merkula.
그저 하얀
Finally.
또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
그렇게 화물을 피어나고 피어나라.
원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
이게 어떻게
Oh.
되신 일인가?
Got away with only one.
온몸이 점여져서
Okay. Only one casualty. Good.
인간
존경하는 관리자님 고생은
Come on. Come on. Good. I don't think this was within 10 turns. Although, could be completely wrong about that.
내 죄는 내가 알아서
영원히 잠들어.
At least I'm finally fucking done with that stage. After a few attempts.
오랜 목마름도
Oh, I did get the... Good.
피를 마시는 순간에는
Okay.
생각나지
I
않아.
think I'll have to be right back.
그러니
Need to go to the bathroom.
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Alright. So 4 more, huh? Oh, no. Oh, that's fine. Bah. Yep. Figured we'd be stuck with these 5. for a little bit.
카니발 타임.
Alright.
적게 제 상태가 좋지 않네요. 사소하지만 상황은 좋아지겠어요.
Gregor! Why? Okay.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
승부처다.
Yep.
패전병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때 수감자 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
No one's going after Gregor though, so.
더 먹어치워라. 만찬에 집중해.
치명상을 입은 버틀러가 있네. 오늘 만찬 준비에는
Is
시켜줄 테니까
that
조금만
oh, that's
버텨줄래?
fucking annoying.
이것이
Once again.
이런 패배는 상정한 적 없습니다. 해오던 대로
Oh no.
방송을 켜겠다.
Running out of energy a little bit. Oh well.
물을 싫어하든 극도로 기피하는
Is that the alert? Oh my god.
입
No.
밖으로 것도 조금 매스껍네.
No. I don't think I'll be taking that.
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
여기 확대해봐.
상태가 안 좋군. 지금 공격에 들어가는 게 유효하겠어.
대가리 딱 떼고 꿰뚫려라.
승부처다.
At the very least, no one was staggered, which is much more favorable to me.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 더 먹어치워.
Yeah, I think this one is a good expression to have for however many fucking fights there are of this shit. I have to worry about
자자, 대열 정비하고 식기들은
Everything,
유인할 정도로 잘
you know.
달렸는지 다시 확인하고 복장은 구김 없는지 체크하고 이제 대청소를 시작해 볼까?
okay.
대가리 딱 떼고
God dang it, Dawn. Good, I staggered one of them. Good, at least one of them.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네.
Oh, Gregor was staggered.
이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
Well, it shouldn't matter. I staggered at least 2 of them. If not more. 4 of them. Oh boy.
가족을 위해.
Alright.
로신한테
Ah.
꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Huh.
지금이다. 내 괜찮은 분이라서 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
다리우스 산초평열 80 지원을 가지. 뚫리고
What the fuck
무너져.
what was that? Well, it didn't matter because they're staggered now.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어
어?
하나 끝났네요.
Good. Alright. This is a good sign then. It is indeed a good sign.
좋아, 영영 깨어나시지 못하게 잘 재워드렸지? 편안해 보이는 얼굴이네.
Good. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I think I was right about just keeping these IDs. Because, yeah, they got me through the last stage, so I knew that they would work for the other stages.
그저 하염없이
Or at least
모든
this stage, if not the next 3 stages.
그렇게 후회를 피어나고 피어나라.
Good.
지키고 꿰뚫려라. 그 말에 참으로 정확한 모습이었네. 어찌 생길지 모르겠어.
그렇게 시원하게 채워주니
Okay. Last one. Which means he's going down.
딱 때도
기대해라. 실밥이 터졌나?
The good thing about, you know, playing the new update right away. No backseaters. Although no one shows up to my streams anyway. Anyway, I think we're safe for now. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Ah, where'd Don Quixote go? Hark, for I am here. Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I'd gone to SB if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curs, and shall be here post-haste, yet not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and his song. While it appeared that they had risen and battled, they were caught unawares by our foes. It is likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, isn't that fella our resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him? It didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. Heathcliff. What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Didst thou turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No, not yet, anyway. Blimey, so that's what this funny itch on the back of my head. Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How did he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his on his head? Young Heathcliff! Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later. Whoa. Please, hold on a moment. You. I can still see some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Ooh. Among them, I noticed Jia Shichun crouching against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a Heisho pack decided to come after our small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo hat, wearing assassin stood. I see that you have tracked me down, so certain of your own safety. But my master has already prepared countermeasures. Yep. There stood Ching Tao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who was threatening him with a sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out that you'd be planning something like this. You lack the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over. You must know that at H-Corp, there is but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family hierarch candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Bao Yu? He who has grown up with no hardship. He who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shite to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have, anyway? Okay, everyone, shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know that you have no means to wield a Heisho pack. So speak. Which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Say your sword, Zili. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Ah, Master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course, were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Huh, seriously? You? I see, you're... Allow me to grace you ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yihua, of the Shi family. The Shi? Oh shit. If I see him in this game. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarch. I mean, we have Shi IDs, but... Shi identities, but... Oh, boss time! Yep, that's what I'll do. I've been planning on you doing that anyway. Okay, I can go back to, this. Surface office.
의뢰인가요? 먼저 준비하고 있을게요.
Okay. And you.
어떤 실험인가요?
You.
소재가 준비됐어.
You.
나를 불렀나?
You.
나를 불렀나?
You. And you.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
기다려라, 거태. 곧 먹이를
No
먹여주지.
thanks. Prominent. But of course, I claimed control of a branch of the Heisho Packs, while you were wasting your time out there searching for the River of Immortality or whatever. I don't even know where I'd even start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is it? Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking you whose teat you've been suckling on to gain the control of the Mao branch. Because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp. Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Master Yihua? It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I could tell by just the look of that traitor that with the physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of time. Hey, Zilu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them. To meet them in an open battle to take the lives of higher candidates was not what was agreed upon. The blah blah blah. Just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, but yet I cannot do more. The Heisho ni heeds no voices but that of the one who holds their leash. Looks like that Yihua doesn't even control these guys. There's an apt saying, oft invoked in my homeland. A fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger. Shut up over there! Damn it, this Heisho Peck is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Mr. Yihua, the Heisho Pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... true. This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on a variation of the word sweep. What, are you saying that you bribed the sweepers or something? While their reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweepers' chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right, yeah, of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized the residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That's sour the mood. Come, let us leave. I had only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Ha ha ha. Are you, huh? You'd best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. I mean, this... so overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us, to walking right into their trap. Oh, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust. Faust had intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep. So, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. We have 12 senators, Shichun and Wei on our side, and I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. It means that we only have 3 enemies. Yihua, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Yihua before bolting off into the distance. Coward! I have been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh. What does Hong do? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family. But I remember now. Your big brother Yuhua from the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce that to himself earlier? Anyway, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure big brother Yuhua will be happy to answer your questions. Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Now, that's going to be so cool. Like something straight out of a story. Otis said something like this once, that even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Hung Lu once lent me. It was the general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all. Destroy them all. Well then.
있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
What? All right.
뭐 쳐지게!
Well. Huh?
목이 비었잖아. 이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그릇 두드려 패.
Huh? If in pack, reset has speed to 0. Okay, let's see here. No one has taken any damage, so... Wait. Okay. Body sack. Yeah. Okay. Defense. Leg musculature. What the fuck is that?
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
하하하. Cool. Go.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Oh. The stagger. Yeah. Jump him. Lay on the damage. Yes.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리 쳤어. 그러니까 이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
엎드리도록.
Oh yeah.
절묘한 한압이었군.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. That's not good. Oh no. Oh, you son of a... Oh. A strange tune... Oh! Oh boy, Ricardo's coming to play. Oh yeah! My prediction was right after seeing Ricardo as an announcer. We're seeing Ricardo's return. A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. Ah, finally. Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I have slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. Yeah! The middle has returned. Let's see, Tunnel 2, Section 11. Ah, Row C. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. I will make sure you suffer for all of my time you wasted. What the fuck is that blighter doing here? What the hell's wrong with you? Been stalking us all along? Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious. Thanks to you who dare to pinch my hair coupons. He's still pissed off about the hair coupons? What the hell? Where'd they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Zulu, take him out! What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know? That man. What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Of course, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the Sinner's powers had grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these seas, but I've personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against them with my own two hands. I could have simply informed my brothers and niece and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the East for a favor. See you there, half-pint and his cute mini entourage. Get the hell out of my sight. The Middle's Book of Vengeance comes first. Half-pint? Ha! keep bellowing that fat lip of yours, many little fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and that garish as hell botched dye job. You're on the H-Garf turf now. I am... He shouldn't be saying all this. Oh, wow. Just wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. He's far too absorbed in his own fortunates to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Ugh, impressive. You just set a new record. A new record. You are the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance, challenge boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of the pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves don't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. Oh, what the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zulu! Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination. I think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess? I don't think we've got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed toward where Jilu and Shi Hua were standing in a burst of speed, but his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch. I somehow fucking knew Ricardo would be here. It would be appearing at some point. I just didn't know when. Oh boy. Woo!
40 먹지
의심, 감기, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
고귀하게.
All right.
예쁘네.
Ooh.
꿰뚫려라.
Oh, you son of a... What the fuck? Okay. I was gonna say. 69. Nice. Anyway.
모자를 쓰고 있는 향기에겐 방망이 대신 풍선 칼이 정답이에요.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 흙을 마실걸?
따뜻한 피 쏟아내
이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
Alright! There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the hay show the East were a tough bunch. That old lady was something else. So why'd a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. She's getting written down in the book, too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves. And here comes Ricardo. Werner.
대체로 저럴 때
Who the fuck is Werner? Oh no.
이유를 잡아
Oh, he's not at full health. Huh?
가족을 위해 따뜻한
I was probably muted a little bit. Oh well. Either way.
여기 비었잖아.
Oi, oi!
이 석구를 건드렸겠다.
미치게 되는 꼴인데.
Go!
당신을 인도해주지 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요. 거인들과 싸울 때가 떠오르네요.
Oh
승리를
no.
날아가기
Oh
싫으시면
jeez.
제대로 보고 대처하셔야 합니다. 이번엔 안 받아들일 테니까요.
What the fuck? What do you mean? Don't
어떤
3 or more. Oh, you what the fuck, man? Really? I can clash. Neutral, neutral, neutral. Oh no. There we go. Okay. And although they will become unbreakable coins, neutral, 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 fuck. Okay. Probably change it out for that. Or that, rather. You fucking... Hopeless. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. You go there, right? You go there. You go there. Go there. Okay. Now. Go. All right.
단전 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
Oh no.
자, 차디, 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔!
What the fuck? It's all crumbling down. It's all crumbling down.
세상을 떼지 말아야 할 겁니다.
승리로 이끌
가장 먼저 처리해야 할 것이 가장 흉포한 송곳니를 드러내고 있으니까.
favored. Okay. Oh, dominated, actually. Much better.
잠깐 숨 좀 돌리자. 잠깐 숨 좀.
I need
퍼레이드
you.
중에 말 걸지 않는 게
oh,
좋겠지.
5. I'm gonna have to redo this fight, huh? I'm gonna have to redo this fight then. Cause this... Oh my god.
다음에는 더 많이 불태울 거다.
닥쳐라, 해. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Oh my god. Neutral. No. Now counter. Neutral. Dodge. Okay. Rules of the back streets. All right.
자자, 대열 정비하고 식기들은 윤이 날 정도로 잘 갈렸는지 다시 확인하고 복장은 구김 없는지 체크하고 이제 대청소를 시작해볼까?
전부 쳐지게!
Son of a.
낙인을 새겨두자.
All right.
꿰뚫려라.
Damn.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정하는
끝내주겠어.
합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다. 단테.
Save that one.
퍼레이드 중에는
The skill
말 걸지
3
않는 게 좋겠지.
is not that one. Good. Your skill 3 is not that one. Good.
잠깐 숨 좀
Thunder
돌리자.
Cleave.
잠깐 숨 좀 돌리자.
Lenticular Rend.
저에게도 무언가에 맞설 용기를.
잠깐 숨 좀 돌리자.
나는 어떤 말도 할 수 없.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지?
당신의 판단에
오케이.
따를게요.
추잡하네.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군.
이야기는 해장 후에
곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요. 딴때
할 말이 남았나요? 나는 어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
저에게도 무언가에 맞설 용기를.
자, 동료들이여! 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세! 우리를
저에게도
가로막는 저 시련을
무언가에
해치우고
맞설
끝나지
용기를.
않는 모험을 향하여!
이야기는 해장 후에 마저 하지.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지?
I'll have to do that then. Yep.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Good.
모두는 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Alright, so, should be... There we go. Gippa. In comes Ricardo and his
단순해서 족한
people.
구본수감자.
승리로 이끌.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지?
나는 어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
Alright. There we
가족을 위해
go. Good.
따뜻한 피.
Keep my eyes. Better skills for Ricardo.
너희의
저들도 내가 물을 싫어하든
승리로 이끌
기피하는 것이 있었군.
입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 조금 매섭던데. 할 말이 남았나요? 할 말이 남았나요? 할 말이 남았나요?
Oh, come on.
할 말이 남았나요?
Come on.
이야기는
There we go.
해장 후에 마저 하지.
저에게도 무언가에 맞설 용기를.
Alright.
갑니다. 꿰뚫리고
남길 말은 없겠지.
저런 사람을 영입해야 하는 건데.
사무실 직원을 더 늘릴 재정 여유는 없고.
추잡하네.
Alright.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
당신의 판단을 따를게.
쏟아내.
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린
너희의 무기로
적들의
But here we are. Good.
우리 몸에
With almost
감싸한
all of
사람은
my
무슨
higher
맛인가?
skills saved up. That will go there. There we go. There we go. There we go. And although I should probably use the lenticular wren instead, because you know. Same with Be Gone. There we go.
언제까지 버텨?
버티나 보자고.
산초류 경혈 온.
고! 고!
끝을 낼 시간이. 먹지.
오예!
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
오케이.
이야기는 해장 후에 마저 하지.
Dominating. Enough is enough. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. You. I'd say that's good enough. Yeah. And then should be able to actually should be able to stagger him with that, perhaps. Also, I think I'll try to make sure that I am able to stagger Ricardo.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리!
Bro.
뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Bro.
걱정만 끼치게 되는 꼴인데.
What the fuck, man?
대만찬에 집중해.
Not even close. Ugh.
또 얼굴에 빛을갑을 했군.
Oh, no.
이전 같으면 질질짜거나 주저앉았을 텐데 최근엔 성장하긴 한 모양이군.
Should be able to do it. Should be able to do it.
남길 말은 없겠지.
Okay, should be able to take down that one soon. And I was able to counter this.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
And he is very close to.
마침내 끝나는 걸까?
He's close to being staggered.
내가 이상한 길을 막히게 느끼거든.
Alright.
저게 뭔가를 할 것 같긴 한데 어떻게 해야 할지는 모르겠으니까 머리 좀 굴려봐.
Okay. Okay, do that.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Good, there we go. Got him down by 1, at least. Got a Sagar level, at least. If nothing else.
새겨드리죠.
Okay.
너희의 목표
Ah, good!
승리로 이끌
크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
We should be able to take care of that. Then the rest, focus on... No. Gregor. Gregor will be able to take care of that. Or maybe I should actually do this. And have... someone else. There we go.
죽을 흐르는 쏟아내
Good. Okay.
목이 비었잖아.
절묘한 하나 되었군. 40.
I mean, I could have probably continued it with that other attempt, but this is definitely better.
너희의 무기로
뒤에서 가면 되겠네.
승리로 이끌
Alright. Eugh. Oh well. That's fine, I guess. That means you. What the hell? Oh, wait. Oh, actually. Okay. Jesus.
다가오지 마세요. 이 불꽃은 어디까지라도 번질 수 있습니다.
Dominating. There we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay.
가족을 위해
자, 자.
진짜 로션
당신한테
Screw you, Ricardo.
꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고. 내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
Fuck.
평범한 적은
What?
아니네요. 방심하지 말고 제대로 막으셔야 합니다.
Oof. Oof. You know what? Good enough. Go.
경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
Oh, you fuck. Oh no.
예상하지 못한 피해였네. 우선 검을 물리는 것이.
Ah ha ha ha. Come on. What the fuck?
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Go.
역시 니놈 말대로 어떤
Hopefully.
상이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의 탄환이.
No, definitely not.
전 진짜 아프겠는데. 야, 괜찮냐?
문제 난이도가
Okay.
어른도 즐길 수 있어야 한다고 어버이께서 불을 높이셨습니다.
Regret. Nope. That might work. It might work. Indeed, I'll see. There we go.
대가를 딱 떼도
Okay.
그렇게 시원하게 쳐주면 보는 맛이 나는
Okay. They live. So.
덜 답답한 법이지.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다.
What? Okay. Wait. A shout cuts across the battlefield, just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us. Huh? Didn't that guy split? What's he doing here, laughing his butt off? You finally lost the plot, eh? A failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Maybe that was too much. But, I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city, the sound of the back streets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves. When the sound of battle came to a stop with Shi Hua's sudden shout, we all suddenly began to notice the low, crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. Not, it's seeping, it's siphoning. It's a trace that was at once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops. The lines between where it begins and ends blurred, yes, like waves. Current time is 0321 hours. Then it's too late. The night in the back streets. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts, so no, we have. It would be our second time. Though it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. They're finally getting all swept away like trash. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. What's he on about? Can't possibly be thinking that the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. So missing the point, botched purple dye job. Julie, let us leave it to the promised location. Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and run away? Indeed, Yihua gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the sweepers will help him? Ghost. Indeed. Sweepers do not invade residential areas, however. What if where we're standing isn't actually a residential area? What are you talking about? Look, this place has got walls, beds, beddings, and... I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and all... melty? It wasn't just Rhodia who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kazan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. Unlike the other times, when they'd simply parked around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. Hello? What's going on? Why? This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare they break the taboo so easily? Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Why do you sound so excited about this? I mean, we've got to... Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. Damn it. We have to make our stand here. Uh-oh.
이 정도로 만족하려고
I figured I didn't get that in 15 fucking turns. I'll have to come back to that at some point.
피의 흐름이 멈춰선 안 돼.
Clears. I mean, I figured.
대체 유형 확인. 저희도 가서 도와줄까요, 돌싱 언니? 아니, 내가 밤마늘에 맞는 역할을 들어갈 수 있어.
의견이지.
Pretty nice to see that something's happening back there. Also, he's joining us again. Alright. Should be able to win rate this one.
사무실 전 재정비에 새겨드리죠. 깨달음을 얻으셨군요.
모자를 쓰고 있는 할기에게 방망이 대신 풍선칼이 정답이에요.
엎드리도록.
단순해서 좋군 구본수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달콤짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
고귀하게.
꿰뚫려라. 꿰뚫리고. 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까? 40. 먹지.
달빛
Alright.
올고든 훌륭하고 한수 배웠네.
이번엔
상황이 유리해졌네요.
이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
이렇게 할 수 있으면서 지금까지 가지 않았던 주어진 일이 아니었기 때문인가요?
Oh well.
지금까지 버티나 보자고. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
고귀하게.
너무 세게 맞은 것 아닙니까?
What the hell?
스트레스가 정말 나랑
What's that? Oh well.
흙을 마실 걸?
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
쌀을 내놨어.
Especially with Ricardo in the background.
여기를 만드는 것만 참을 것. 내가 어버이보다
Oof. C2 and with Sagar.
예술 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
How's Gregor looking?
대장 후에 마주하지. 언제까지
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 산토류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다. 쏟아내라.
효력사. 좋아.
계속하면 되겠네.
속이 비었잖아.
예쁘네. 네 피부색.
이 속구를 건드렸겠다.
What? Oh, wait, holy shit. Oh, holy.
당신의 판단을 따를게.
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
이건 어떻게 해볼 수 있는 상대인가?
추잡하네.
40 먹지.
당신도 꽂혀보세요. 누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Ah. His cliff was staggered. Oh well. Good, good, and good. Well, it's fine.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
죄송해요.
This is pretty freaking cool though.
와서 못 봤어요.
모든 걸
Actually seeing the supers in action.
했죠?
And of course seeing the absolute number of them. Like, we never saw this in Ruina. We didn't see the scale of the sweepers until now. Holy shit.
괜찮은 공격이네요.
They are literally like a wave. Sweeping away anything that isn't bolted down. Basically.
적 속에서 타올라라.
Oh, come on, man.
괜찮아. 상처 찢었으니까.
이 정도로 나와 겁나고.
해전병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 십상만 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
There we go.
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
당신도 꽂혀보세요. 누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
피날레를 시작하자.
Nice.
영원의 가마키로 한참을 떠드신 혈투의 승리를
Okay.
끈
That's one until the next round. Good.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Okay. Or next wave, rather. Good. Okay. Oh my god, why? What the fuck, man? Bro. Staggering Shichun again. Do I still have Faust? Or do I? No, I don't have Faust right now.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Because no one has actually died yet. If I remember right.
내 팔은 변해 있었어. 불타버렸나?
개인적으로 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Okay. Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave. But bro, we messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected that we'd be fighting the sweepers, of all things. If we're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, huh? Guess Honglu wasn't too off the mark. Man, we would have been long swept away by the Horde if we were still new at this. Ishmael, who was still taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of her harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before, fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition. It wasn't new, and that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course, can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There's no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat. That guy just can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever... Gah! The third wave begins, and with it, the buildings suddenly began to shift violently. What? Hold on! What's going on? The buildings are shifting. What's happening? I remember asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H-Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the building we're in is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline. Damn you! Mark my words! This is also going in the books! Ricardo's blasting off again! Ricardo's blasting off again! Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big bro! The henchmen in the middle, who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. Blasting off. Oh, what is happening? The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area out of Dante. This is an opportunity. Now that those irritating bastards are off our backs, I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. Woo! Okay.
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 잡겠는가?
What? What the hell? Okay, there we go. Okay.
먹지.
절묘한 하나 되었고
뚫리고.
The fuck? The fuck you mean? No fucking damage, man. What the fuck? That one was staggered too? What the fuck? Oh, there goes Shi-Ching. Okay.
그간의 전
Ooh.
쓸모가 없진 않았군. 적합한 조치였습니다.
너를 잊어라. 반드시 되찾을 거다. 이 속구를 건드렸겠다.
Good.
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
Okay. Last 6 enemies, huh? Alright.
전부 쳐죽여! 목이 피었잖아.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
Ooh. One blow.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
조금 전에 귀하들의 전투는
오케이.
모두 살수들의 공복이가 될 정도였네. 과히 좋군.
Alright.
지금까지 버티나 보자고.
It's finally ending.
다음 놈 나와. 자.
There we go. We have survived. The sweepers. Just in time for Twitch to get an ad break. Just in time, huh? Was it last of them? Current time? 04:24 hours. About 10 minutes until the night in the back streets ends. But we can relax now, given that we survived the third wave. Or, no, wait, actually, the outbreak was ending. No, it should be starting, actually. Yeah. I was like, looked like it was the time before when it starts on Twitch. The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell, finally. The centers all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it having been here. I realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. I thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if the Herop Saloon wasn't here to draw some of them away. I think history got something to think of for. That's all they've got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshin? Of course. I've heard of them. Hold on. OFC. Their scent of blood was faint, but cannot be. No. 'Twould be best to not linger over long on this thought. Why not? Dig deeper. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. How uninspiring. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Yoshu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Shi Yihua. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been long swept away by now. Shi Yihua must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die. Guess it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Jilu were both approaching us in an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it. Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That don't seem like an option to me. I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. Or either dead. They were barely holding on at best. I can bring them back. I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. I might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this was well within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, the stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone, is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the back streets is still ongoing? It looks like even that annoying idiot from the middle has been taken care of too, somehow. How much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course, and all the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company was me. The one who put the pitiful Qingtao, who doesn't even have a family name, with you. It was me. The one who contracted the Triax office to challenge you for a duel. It was me! And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. Kono Yihua da. In this trashy lodging without a residential permit? All devised none other than yours truly, using Q Corp's technology. I see. Oh, it's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? What a perfect strategy. What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? No. This is exactly why I deserve to be the next family hire. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head, illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remained frozen in its final moments, filled with utter horror. Oh, Qingtao was taken care of. He walks toward us in step with the drip of the blood. Can't be. It's you? I knew Yihua was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have Qingtao's head? I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that it may once again be leashed. There is a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We needn't shoo it away. What? You are alone to the Heisho pack, so that you may simply get in their way. No more. I see. So was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands? That to return to the Shi family side would be to your benefit? No, you knew everything all along? What, I must ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust. Indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! I will share with you my most guarded secrets at the Shi family right, the 10 Blades of the East, yes, the Yihua could speak no more, for a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Holy Yihua. Have I not warned you time and again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we had hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Jilu. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall-built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yihua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground. Then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yihua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Ah, here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps, and decomposition won't set in any time soon. And with those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on, you can't just show up out of nowhere and... He did not reply, his eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads. Holy shit.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을
There's
거다.
still one more.
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Right? This one? Right?
우리가 이룰 수 있는
Yeah.
유일한 꿈이니까.
Yeah. This is the last one. Okay. Holy shit. Then of course I'll need to do this one again at some point. Okay, well then. things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hongyuan so far. I don't suppose our lord left them alive only for us to slay them. Then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself, as it is common courtesy to do so. Call me Zhigong. I am but a humble student of my lord, Master Chu's teachings. My lord, Master Chu. Somehow I was reminded of the discussion Qingtao refused to finish. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. For the song is a song that's become rather popular in the back streets in the recent months. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Name's Dante. I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as I could about that man from earlier. He introduced himself as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Shilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems that we do not contend with them at the moment. We need not contend with them. Very well. It seemed that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you to mark a courtly ending to this encounter should be of benefit to us for the prospects of our future. So, ask away, as they say. So, that's when Jia Shichun stepped forward, after having retreated from the domineering presence. So that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the back streets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So, are those lyrics true? So that is what you wish to know. Shichun of the Jia family. It is said that you possess talent in rhetoric, yet walk a path clouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. Wei, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Yes, my lady. Qi Hua, you're the one who sent him after us, right? Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We had bestowed him control of the Heisho pack, for we had found his conduct shallow, saw means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So, you used him, just as he sought to use us, though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So, what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? Now, nothing. Do whatever it was that you had sought to accomplish here. Letting two of your master's rivals go, just like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might. I fail to see any rivals here. Meaning they don't see them as competition at all. So not worth killing. Well, fair enough. Then, why did you order Yihua to attack us? You said it yourself, we're not even your rivals. Measure inquires why you commanded Yihua to carry out this assault against the Limbus company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My lord has always said that if one learns naught from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Zhigong left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past us. I have given you courtesy enough. This is a good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. With that, Zhigong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the Countess Heisho that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally. I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse, while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. There was Jia Shichun, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds, and me, who somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. The night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, that's pretty much everything that's happened. My big brother, Chu? Oh, I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. was also to decide our course of action from here on, and we also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Jie with whom we shared our destination. Hello? Did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through the whole conversation? Of course not. Classic high secrecy, huh? Always hiding something. I bet you are, too. If you are, you better spit it out now. I don't have the time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Pichun, as I've always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no... Fine, even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject, Jie Shichun, who was training with Unglu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me as though she was executing steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I guess I do. Well, for now, I guess. Earlier? Oh, is this about our conversation back to Kazan? Brother, translations, please. Of course, Hade is unquestionably our manager. Great. Let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out. What? It's, can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I was thinking this was the likely course of events. Not like our other older siblings, I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or for a grudge. If you can't trust me, I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Faust deems Jie Shichun's plan, her explanation of it, at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing will be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. Guess so. I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Contradicted it. Honglu, who's been listening in on our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clearer explanation related to Jie Shichun. Perfect. It said that formation of such alliances should come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and to cement the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get close to the central zone, let's find a nice Kazan to discuss our future ventures together. Or Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jie Shichun reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. Don't you fucking bro. We walked out of the Kazan to find the Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Wow, man. I never thought about it, but now that it's just standing like this in the middle of the street, it really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? Glad to see that you're all safe. Dot and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. So, did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen, well, do you have any idea how much trouble your submarine's little connection? Yes, Miss Faust already gave me a report. Pilot... Oh boy, yes ma'am. Oh no, he's in deep trouble. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. He probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sod. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been a part of eradication missions. I'm never in this espionage business, so... Pilot, what did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Sorry, forget what I said. Really mighty sorry. For real. This Chingtao guy approached me and trick-talked me into going along with that plan of his. I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry, too. I forgot that he's still a new guy in the business. Of course he'd be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? We're both getting disciplined for this. The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is likely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. It's sure to win if all we're getting is stock to pay. Next time, I do promise. Next time, I'm gonna get real good at this job. I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all. Of course, pilot. You really should. In fact, you'll have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? Oh, no. No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm their manager. I will make sure of that. Yeah. Oh, right. Almost forgot to tell you, Sod. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh, yeah, I was going to bring that up sooner or later. We just got the orders from the LCA. Sod produced a small device from her pockets and began reading from it. Upon arrival at the central zone of H-Corp, the OCB will participate in the penalty hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. We were going to anyway. Now, this best team faction is going to be my... The OSB will present the following sinner as their chosen candidate. Sinner number 6, Aww. Aww. What? You can't do that. What the hell? You, all of you. I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just said, you assholes. Oof. Well. First of all, I figured that was the one that will be... And, okay, that means I don't need any of that. Good, okay. What the fuck? New down, what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean new download? What? Huh? What the fuck? Well, anyway. I'll definitely be going for those and these later. And of course these ones. The other ones all depends on how much I'm actually willing to do. Anyway, I'm done with that then. So I shall see y'all next time then. That's a pretty good interval with that fucking ending though. Holy shit. Anyway, see y'all next time then. Goodbye.